Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. How are you today? Fine? Super. Good morning to all of you and welcome to all of you who are watching us online as well. This is the second day of the high-level conference on institutional protection of fundamental rights in times of crisis. And today you will work because we're going to have 3 breakout groups during the day and an interesting panel discussion here. We have breakout sessions in the participants list, so you can see where you should go or where you are in what group. And you can change group if you really want it, but please talk to the people that are working with it. I should also say, yes, you will also find the appointed room for the breakout sessions, but more about that in a little bit later. First of all, I would like to introduce our speaking for this day's opening remarks. He is the director of the Swedish Institute of Human Rights, Mr. Fredrik Malmberg. A big applause. Mercy.
Minister, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me start by expressing my gratitude to the organizers of this very important high-level conference, the Swedish Presidency of the Council of the European Union, and of course, the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. I'm very grateful and honored to have the opportunity to address you today, both since we are here to discuss highly important topics, but also to showcase that Sweden since last year has strengthened its institutional protection of human rights by establishing a national human rights institution that I have been tasked to lead. This is a very important step for the promotion and protection of human rights in Sweden and fully in line with recommendations from key international and European stakeholders. Sweden has for a very long time been one of the few countries in the European Union without the national human rights institution. But since January last year, Sweden has an independent institution with a broad mandate to promote and protect human rights. This means that NHRIs exist in all EU member states but one where such an institute is being planned. We submitted our first annual report 3 weeks ago, and we look forward to continuing our important job to promote and protect human rights in Europe. And of course, I'm very pleased to have you all here in Lund, the home of the Swedish Institute for Human Rights. The importance of institutional protection of human rights in times of crisis is as important as ever before. Throughout the years, we have experienced numerous crises in Europe, and we will for sure experience numerous more in the future to come. This year, we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Human rights, as we know them today, were codified to ensure that atrocities during World War II would never happen again. The declaration described for the first time rights that apply to everyone, everywhere, always. We may never forget why the Universal Declaration was created. But this year we also celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Paris Principles. Principles aimed at strengthening the institutional protection of human rights at the national level. Independent national human rights institutions with a broad human rights mandate is a key player in the institutional human rights protection across Europe and must be respected. Also during times of crisis. Also when their messages might be challenging and difficult. This was confirmed last month by EU member states under the ongoing Swedish presidency of the European Council. On 10th of March this year, they adopted Council conclusions that encourage all states to establish an NHRI. They also state that NHRIs are indispensable elements in the system of checks and balances in a healthy democracy, and that unjustified restrictions to their operating space can present a threat to the rule of law. In other words, both the rights and how they should be institutionally protected are established by important instruments that are agreed upon by most states, not only in Europe, but across the world. We celebrate these instruments this year. It's not time to walk away from human rights. It's time to step up. Still, we see how human rights are challenged across Europe at different levels, in different ways and in different times, in particular during times of crisis. We have in recent years experienced several different types of crises in Europe. Many of them were discussed here yesterday. For instance, the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let me highlight the context in which the Swedish Institute for Human Rights operate. I will give you a few examples of how the different crises have affected human rights in Sweden. First of all, poverty in Sweden is increasing. Part of the development is closely linked to the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, and its consequences for the production, distribution, and price of, for example, energy and grain. The pandemic and the war have contributed to a very high rate of inflation in Sweden, and as we have seen so many times before, vulnerable groups are the ones most affected. Elderly persons, persons with lower education, persons with disabilities, asylum seekers are, for example, more affected by the inflation. It can, for example, be noted that asylum seekers and Ukrainian refugees in Sweden receive a daily allowance that is just above €6 per day. This should cover both food and clothing. It is the same amount asylum seekers has received since 1994. It was difficult to have the allowance to cover all necessities before the sharp inflation rise, but it has now, of course, become close to impossible. Secondly, during the election campaign last year in Sweden, we noted an increased polarized and xenophobic rhetoric among politicians and the public. We are concerned that the ongoing racism and discrimination in Sweden, that, for example, the Afro-Swedish, the Muslim, Sami, Jewish, and Jåma communities are subject to. The racism and discrimination in Sweden have been noted by a number of international observers. For example, the expert mechanism to advance racial justice and equality in the context of law enforcement, they stated after their visit to Sweden last year that Sweden should step up efforts to fight systemic racism. We cannot shy away from these problems now, in times of crisis. It is always the already vulnerable groups that will suffer the most. Thirdly, climate change greatly affects people that already are exposed to discrimination or living in fragile ecosystems. Indigenous peoples are highlighted as particularly vulnerable since they often live in close relation to the environment and nature's resources. This applies also to indigenous people of Sweden, the Samis. The changing climate already gravely affects both ecosystems and conditions to reindeer husbandry, fishing, and hunting. Climate change and its consequences threaten the future of Sami culture and way of life. In addition, we note that in the transition to green energy and the need for raw material, some of the states and major companies' investment plans stand in conflict with the Samis' right to land and culture. Finally, during the pandemic, several decisions were taken in Sweden that restricted human rights. We take, for example, note of the hard restrictions on movement for elderly people in healthcare. They were restricted to leave their designated area or receive family visits, resulting in long time in involuntary isolation for many. Similarly, we note that people deprived of their liberty in youth homes or prisons were hit hard by revoked leave and cancelled family visits. Once again, it is the most vulnerable groups that are most affected in times of crisis. I would say it is of utmost importance to evaluate decisions taken during this period to ensure any restrictions to human rights in the future are necessary and proportional. Both similar and different issues exist across the European Union, and you know it well. This highlights, among other things, the importance of well-functioning national human rights institutions with a broad mandate to promote and protect human rights at the national level. NHRIs can fill the important role as an early warning system, providing recommendations and pointing at risks before a crisis. Respect for human rights must be considered before a crisis takes place. If not, violations of human rights will have to be considered after the crisis, and such approach is of course harmful to both individuals and society at large. Let me remind you about the strong commitments the EU member states have made in the Council conclusion last month about the role of NHRI. Firstly, to encourage the establishment of NHRIs in accordance with the Paris Principle in each country. Secondly, to adopt a legal framework enabling them to carry out their role independently from their government. Thirdly, to provide them with adequate mandate and appropriate resources to carry out their tasks effectively. It is always important to guarantee resilient NHRIs, but of course even more important in times of crisis. As we heard yesterday, NHRIs are more likely to be under attack during such times. With that in mind, let me just shortly mention the current situation in Sweden. As we also mentioned yesterday, we see the human rights in general are being challenged in the public debate. In that context, the existence of our institution is also being questioned. When an institution is questioned in such a way, it is of utmost importance with strong political backing, not least from the government. We have unfortunately not yet received any such support. We expect the government to clarify urgently the question marks that currently surrounds the continued existence of Swedish National Human Rights Institution. But let me also take this opportunity to thank civil society actors as well as the international community for the massive support. It is really appreciated. Our message to civil society and rights bearers in Sweden is crystal clear. We are committed to do our job. We will build a strong national human rights institution. We will stand up to the challenges, and we will not be silenced. But we are here today, I will conclude, we are here today to discuss the importance of strong institutional protection of human rights in times of crisis. Let me, however, underline the importance of full respect for human rights at all times, in particular since it is the single most important method to avoid crisis. Declining respect for human rights will, for sure, trigger crisis. If human rights are violated and the violations are not addressed, the result is often a spiral of injustices that fuel existing tensions and in the end causing a crisis. The shortcomings in respect of human rights during normal times are often reinforced during times of crisis. Vulnerable groups are, as pointed out, usually the most affected. In addition, disinformation is more common in times of crisis, and the risk increasing the downward spiral in terms of lack of respect for human rights is evident. Decreased respect for the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary, as well as the introduction of restrictions that shrink civic space, are also familiar threats during times of crisis, which further weaken the respect for human rights. To conclude, I look forward to the breakout sessions today, where these important issues will be discussed. Let us all bear in mind that the 75 years old Universal Declaration and other important human rights instruments are challenged from many sides during times of crisis, and it's now important that we explore how structures and institutions can be further strengthened to contribute to increased respect for human rights also in our joint times of crisis. And I look forward to learn from the vast experience and knowledge of human rights and crisis prevention gathered in this room today. Thank you very much.
You might need some fika.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and yeah, important job of yours in the future here. It's time for the breakout sessions. I was also informed that you have to check out before 11 o'clock at the latest, if someone didn't know that. I would like to invite our moderators for the breakout group, so you know who to speak to and who to follow. Please welcome Andrea Saccardo, Head of Unit Institutional Cooperation and Networks at the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. Here you are. He will head the group How to Strengthen Institutional Protection for Fundamental Rights in Times of Crisis. Welcome also Nicole Romain, Head of Unit Communications and Events at FRA. And applaud. You will head the group of fake news, right? And communication.
Tackling disinformation.
Thank you. Welcome also Eva Sobotka, Head of Sector Human Rights Structures and Mechanism of FRA. Here you are. You will moderate the group Rule of Law, Fundamental Rights in Times of Crisis. You can follow these nice people to the rooms. If you want to change, just tell them. If you want to stay, wonderful. See you here, and we will discuss this lively later on today. Enjoy. Welcome back to session 3. Please be seated. And very welcome to all of you following us online to session 3. We will now report back from your breakup groups. I'm very, very curious about what has been said there. And I also wanted to tell you that after the closing session at 1 o'clock, there will be a grab-and-go lunch downstairs. Those of you who are joining the FREMP meeting, the meeting will start 1:30, so grab your lunch and go to where you have to be. The Giga Room is the place, but we will talk more about that. First, I would like to welcome our first rapporteur, Mr. Tamas Kadar, co-director of Equinet. Please welcome him with an applause.
Should I go there?
Go there, maybe it's better.
I'm sorry. It starts well. So I'm reporting back from the first group. and we had discussions, so I might quite some discussions, so I might butcher them. Sorry about that. I'll start from the central issue that we discussed, which is a lack of access to groups and for them to the institutions, and a lack of taking into account all the needs of everyone. So that was, I think, the central issue, the central theme. And a central solution which I heard coming back many times was trust. I think trust in the institutions, trust in each other, trust in being able to cooperate, and also trust of the vulnerable groups in actually finding solutions if their rights are being violated and they are being discriminated. So what can we do? What are the solutions? I'll start from the legal framework. We had some discussions. I think it is important to implement the existing laws and the existing legal framework, not always necessary to come up with new ones. We still have a job to implement the existing ones. The framework, the legal framework, is still not comprehensive, so that is also something. We need to make the framework more comprehensive, and we need to monitor the situation, of course, on the ground. A second point is norm setting, and we talked about that quite a bit, both during the previous sessions and in the discussion groups. We need norm setting for how do we protect civil society, and of course we also need norm setting for standards for equality bodies and also NHRIs, something that should be legally binding, and it should cover their independence, their mandate, their resources, the powers they have, the accessibility. Moving on to the accessibility part, we also talked about how important it is to actually reach out to the vulnerable groups, and I think that both civil society and human rights bodies can play a very important role in helping this outreach. We also need to build up local and regional offices for equality bodies, for instance, and we need to work with local and regional bodies. They also have a very important role. And next one is the political will. We discussed that this is a fight that is a shared responsibility of all the member states and everyone in the EU. And this should lead to acting together, feeling this shared responsibility, and it should also include strengthening of the EU agencies, for instance, which Michael mentioned in the very beginning of this conference. And it is of utmost importance that we take equality and human rights seriously, also in crisis situations. So that is a very important lesson, I think, for the member states. And next point is representation and participation. We talked a lot in the working group or the breakout group about dialogue, communication, cooperation, coordination. These are all important words. And we need platforms for exchange. And I think that the EU can play a very important role in this. And of course, again, human rights bodies can also provide some of these platforms for exchange. They can help. The next word is the planning. We talked about the importance that was proven through all the crises that we talked about in the previous sessions, that we need to have strategic foresight and we need to be prepared for the crises that are sure to come. And in this, member states can use equality bodies and NHRIs, for instance, as experts, as a source of expertise. They can, of course, also use civil society as sources of expertise. And when it comes to planning, it's also very important that human rights and equality impact assessments should be conducted by the member states. It should be compulsory to see where we are going and what are the challenges, what are the points that we have to pay attention to. And my last point is on resources. Of course, on the one hand, we need investment in equality and human rights, both from the EU side and from the national level. And we need to take into account, for instance, as it's in the Common Provisions Regulation, we need to take into account enabling conditions and including concerning the charter. And of course, if needed, we also can use EU funds, for instance, and national funds as well, to sanction those who are not obeying human rights and equality and the values. We need to also have, when it comes to resources, we also need to have specialists that are dealing with equality and human rights. And we talked about, for instance, the importance of having specialists in strategic litigation in human rights bodies so that they can point out systemic and structural issues. And last but absolutely not least, we also talked about the importance of collecting more and better data on equality and human rights, which I think is a responsibility where everyone, all the experts and all the different actors that are in this infrastructure can play a very important role, from the EU to the national level, institutions to the human rights bodies, equality bodies, and civil society as well. I'm sure I haven't done justice to all the great discussions we had, but I tried my best. Thank you.
Thank you. Breakup Group 2, tackling disinformation against our democratic values and structures with a human rights lens. I would like to welcome Ms. Irene Khan, UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom and of Opinion and Expression. Long titles. Very welcome. Big applaud.
Hello, everyone. We had a very diverse group actually in the room of representing institutions, representing civil society, representing experts, and a very lively discussion about what is disinformation, how do we manage it, what are the right strategies, what works, what doesn't work, what are the risks and dangers. So I won't report back on all the discussion we had, but I think there were some issues that came up very clearly. First, like the earlier group, we also felt that lack of public trust or the erosion of public trust was a major problem because there is no agreement on what is disinformation and what is not, what is true or false. That's a problem. There is proliferation of information, amplification of disinformation from sources that we don't know about. So a lot of confusion in the public mind, endangering democracy. And we felt that one important thing that needs to be done, and we also felt that the timing within the European system now, with the DSA being rolled out, with AI Act being considered, with new technology coming up, is a very challenging time to be looking at this issue. There are so many things happening. But at the same time, we felt that one important thing that needs to be done is we need to flip the narrative. And what we meant by that is normally the conversation is that we need to combat disinformation while upholding freedom of expression. Flipping the narrative means we have to make a business case for freedom of expression. We have to say, combating disinformation by using freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is not the problem. It's actually the solution. And therefore, we must nurture it and uphold it. Not, of course, it has integral value, but it is the key to finding solutions. And starting from that perspective, we looked at various actors and what they could or couldn't do. We started with states. States themselves are very often the problem because they are sometimes the source of disinformation. They are not transparent enough, and they need to become much more proactive about putting out information in the open, and they need not to spread or sponsor disinformation or false information or manipulated information themselves. And by states, of course, we meant the political parties as well. We felt also that there needs to be greater understanding of where hate speech or harmful, unlawful speech, the line between hateful, unlawful speech and disinformation. For one, the criminal justice, the criminal law, prohibition is the answer. For the other, actually, the answer is not using the law, but looking at other means. And the antidote we discussed a lot was media, free, independent, diverse, pluralistic media. And there we looked at the threats to media freedom today, and how that can be countered by various means, including looking at the financial viability of media and so on. We also felt that technology is moving very fast. There are big threats of generative AI coming up. Some issues have been there for a while, but proliferation is changing. The quality that makes the detection today for example, of deep fakes and so on, are becoming almost impossible. So the volume, complexity, and speed, as one of the members mentioned in the group, is going to be much more complex. And the answer is not whether we regulate or not. The answer is smart regulation. And that means focusing on ensuring that the platforms do their human rights due diligence, do the impact assessment, the risk assessment of their work, become transparent themselves, including algorithmic transparency, and also that they themselves also provide remedies for users so that their content moderation does not lead to over moderation and exclusion of legitimate speech. But finally, we felt that disinformation, there's a lot of focus on disinformation with technology, but we should not forget who is manipulating the information. Information is not being manipulated by technology. It's being manipulated by human beings. And who need to be influenced are also human beings. And therefore, we need to look at the user, but we need to look at the user as a rights holder. And therefore, the empowerment strategies must be examined. And that includes digital media information literacy, which is different from digital skills. It's about literacy, about understanding what you see on the other side and making judgments. It's about engaging with the public. It's about bringing in and strengthening civil society. So we actually have to think about the human being there and make this an issue of technology, an issue of state responsibility, but also an issue for rights holders and civil society. Thank you.
Thank you. Trust. That was an interesting word. Let's see what's going on with trust when it comes to breakout group 3. It is about the rule of law. And rapporteur is Aileen Donnelly. She's a judge of the Irish Court of Appeal and the chairperson of the Judicial Council of the European Judicial Training Network. No.
No. No.
That was
No.
not.
No.
But you are a judge.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. I'm chairperson of our own judicial training committee, which is part of the European Judicial Training Network. So just to clarify that. So I've been asked to report back from a very enthusiastic working group in a World Cafe format style. So I'm going to try and portray the groups of the views of the group. They're not my views, my personal views, so please don't take, I have to say that as a judge. But I also have to say that I've kind of reduced it down, and I hope the group will forgive me, to what I think were two central themes as to challenges, and I'll discuss those, and I'll discuss the solution. I think the first challenge that in various ways members of the group were picking up on, and that is the lack of understanding among the general public of what the rule of law is and what it means for the protection of the rights and interests of the public. So that's a real challenge, because you can only have the protection of fundamental rights and human rights if it becomes embedded in society, and in particular the rule of law becomes embedded, and that needs an understanding of what rule of law is, what the independence of the judiciary means, and why it's important you know, to the individual members of the public, and not something that belongs to judges. And obviously, if you wait for the attacks to come on the rule of law, it may well be too late. Solutions then, and some of the solutions actually overlap when I deal with the other problem. a big solution, of course, is some sort of campaign aimed at the public. So EU funding for structured public education on human rights and rule of law in particular. And this needs to involve civil society organisations. An example had been given in the session about pre-accession of the 10 countries where the EU was involved in, for example, billboard campaigns, raising awareness of what EU standards were about and fundamental rights were about and issues relating to discrimination were about. And that, apparently, the data shows that they were successful. So issues like that. Other examples are from Sweden and discussion forums being led with other groups that normally don't come into the discussion, reaching out to those groups, sometimes vulnerable groups, sometimes state actors, and sometimes the stakeholders like the judges. And as a result of the group, they will now engage further with the police in Sweden. So again, there are also rule of law dialogues that take place which target specific professional groups such as lawyers and judges. The second challenge then is, I'm putting under a heading of a process of autocratization in member states of the EU, or indeed just general risks to the rule of law. And that can be manifested in a number of ways. Obviously, direct attacks on judiciaries, direct attacks on civil society actors. It can be implementation gaps in terms of actually implementing laws that exist and are there for the protection of human rights. It can be lack of processes that really engage with civil society organisations and indeed with various authorities within the state, and commitments, a real commitment, a lack of commitment to institutions, perhaps even a lack of commitment to new institutions such as Swedish national human rights institutions. It can be challenges such as how to protect the judiciary, how to prevent those attacks. So what are the solutions? To a certain extent, a major issue is resources, both in terms of funding and in terms of ensuring the right skill set and a diversity of skill sets among human rights institutions. You're not talking about lawyers, you're talking across the range, as we've heard in some of the plenary discussions, in relation to economists, but also, they can be medical people, they can be communicators generally. These are needed in human rights organisations, and we do need planning for that funding. I mean, if you're saying what do we need to better equip our judiciary in terms of funding, you have to look at where that funding is needed. You have to do an analysis of it, and you have to apply the funding to the right places at the right times. We also need to embed constitutional protections for rule of law, for the judiciary, for human rights institutions, that can help prevent the attacks, but it needs to be done. We need more effective oversight, strong competence given to human rights institutions, for example, to take their own initiatives, maybe on prosecutions. I think it's in Finland, there are even problems around some serious crimes where victims have to institute certain things, but also at other levels, maybe more prosecution powers for certain human rights institutions, but also initiatives for own initiatives in terms of human rights investigations, own initiative for FRA in certain things need to be done, and also just in terms of implementation as well. For example, more powers around amicus curiae briefs for national human rights institutions if they don't already have those, but also changing how the European Court of Justice accepts amicus curiae briefs, which are really restricted. It's only if they were in before national court, so they accepted. We also need more discussions broadly with various actors. We need to extend, and this is probably bigger thinking, EU mandates to implement EU law regarding rule of law, and also to implement EU law on impacts, the impact on fundamental rights of various legislation, which isn't really being carried through, and also to have that at national level. So again, I hope I've represented the group well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eileen, you can stay up here on the stage, and I would like Tamas and Irene to come up to the stage too. Tamas is there. Irene, please have a seat. And again, I would like you all to engage in this last part of the discussions for us today. We're going to speak a little bit here on stage, but then I would like to open up. And, you know, the same thing as last time. Just wave a lot so I see you, and then the ladies with the microphones will come and share your experience during these outbreak groups if you have comments and so. So thank you for interesting reports, rapporteurs. Tell us a little bit, how were the discussions? I mean, Eileen, you said you had very wildish discussions?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, were there any disagreements or heatings around any special issue or what?
No, I said it was enthusiastic.
Oh,
more
yeah,
than,
true.
Yeah, I think, I think it was one of these things where it snowballed as well. And of course, with every discussion, it gets more and more interesting as it goes on and everybody gets engaged. But I think there was a commonality, even if people were expressing things in different ways. You know, there were these common issues were coming up all the time.
So give an example.
Well, I do think, you know, this idea of just maybe one I didn't mention maybe as clearly, but not necessarily to be talking to ourselves. Now, that's not to devalue, and that people were quite clear on that, the benefit of seminars and understanding. But you have to have that dissemination of what we're all learning back, you know, among the population, among the vulnerable groups, among people, you know, that it shouldn't just be human rights activists talking to other human rights activists. And I mean, that's a whole other discussion as to how you do that. I think that, you know, people were very, very keen on that it has to broaden out into the community.
Irene?
I think in our group, as I said, it was a very diverse group. There were a lot of institutional people, civil society, others, but also different levels of understanding of disinformation. What was common was all our concerns about it. And I think one of the interesting things that came out was we realized that we need to learn some things from those who spread disinformation. They know how to get their information out to the people and to influence them. So we, the good guys, with the factual, correct information, why are we failing? And we all agreed that institutional information is very important, institutional transparency is very important, but institutions are boring. And so we need to find some ways of getting that information out to convince people, and that's where civil society, communities, the local context becomes very important. The problems are sometimes played out in local context, understanding that and engaging there also with platforms and others. So we can't just expect the European Union to put out the information and for all of us to believe.
So you should hire the bad guys? Is that what you're saying?
No, we should learn how to influence people because we've got the truth. We've got the right things in our hands. So why are we failing and why is the other side winning? And so we need to learn how to communicate.
And how are you going to do that?
Well, one of the important issues were we have to empower the listeners, the audience, use the common kind of ideology of the human rights movements about empowering the rights holders through literacy, media, information, digital literacy, and empowering civil society, focusing on the local context, because very often disinformation plays out in the local context, in local ways in which they understand it. So we need to make information also locally, contextually relevant so people pick it up. We need to look to who people trust and ensure that information goes through those trustworthy channels, and that we do not just rely on the old-fashioned theory that just because it's official, it's got to be believed. In fact, that's the most dangerous thing. The other thing that we talked about was the trouble that media has, and we felt that there are two types of big issues. One is state control of media in one way or the other, and that's happening, unfortunately, also in the EU states, not just outside the EU. And the second are the media oligarchs that are actually controlling media that public are not aware of. Ownership is opaque, and ownership has to become transparent.
Tamas, was there any special discussions where you disagreed on things, or there were
I wouldn't say I disagreed. I think it was interesting because ours was, of course, also, by the nature of things, quite a diverse group. And I think that there was quite a clear agreement on certain things, and everyone brought up the things about the need for resources, the need for a strong legal framework, the need for political will. But then, depending on where people were coming from, they put the emphasis on some other things as well. So people coming from cities were really, telling us a lot about why is it important and how we could actually bring things down to the local level, how the local level knowledge and being close to the ground can be used. Others were looking more at forward planning because they had an experience in that. Or norm setting, of course, equality bodies and NHRIs specifically, we're talking a lot about the standards that there need to be on independence and resources and mandates and powers. But I think there was no strong disagreement. So it was, the emphasis was in different places. But I think that, there is this thread throughout the groups, I think, that we need to communicate as well, because that was also discussed in our group, because we need to bring home the message why it is important, why equality and human rights are important, why fighting disinformation is important, why rule of law is important. So I think that's a thread.
In a way, you share that.
Yeah.
You all need to communicate better, or in another way, or with other means. So, yeah.
Well, yes, we do need to communicate better, but we also realize that the challenge is that there's a lot of information out there. Now, that's been one of the boons, but also possibly one of the downsides of digital technology. And so how do we ensure that the right messages get through that huge sort of tsunami of information? And that may require also, in times of crisis, engagement between the platforms on the one side and the institutions on the other, especially the European institutions in this case. And we looked at the experience of COVID-19, for example, and how that...
Yeah, I listened in to the Swedish Children's Ombudsman, Elizabeth, she's here somewhere, that talked about the COVID-19, that no one communicated with the children. So they had press conferences 2:00 in the afternoon when the children are at school, and never even look at press conferences. But this is, Tamas, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
No, I was just really struck by the first challenge that Eileen mentioned about making it clear why rule of law is important. And I think this is something that we also struggle with working on equality, for instance, which, you would think it's clear why equality is important, but still I think the message is not so clear for everyone, that it is about them. Even if they don't feel discriminated at the moment, there might be a time when they will be for whatever discrimination grounds. So explaining this, that it's about them, I think it is really important. And
so did you find any actions connected to any specific stakeholders, for example, or responsibilities? Or did you point at that?
I mean, we I think that the importance of communication and dialogue was really across the ground. So I think it's an effort where everyone has to be on the board, on board, and really they have to find ways together, member states, the EU institutions, and civil society and human rights bodies. So one EU finance campaign is not going to solve magically all our issues. So I think it's a process.
I think we also, people raised issues around the problems where laws that are intended perhaps to be, assisting human rights can actually, backfire somewhat. And one of those that was mentioned a number of times was GDPR, and just issues around that, and it now perhaps contributing to lack of transparency, particularly the recent judgments around business interests and not having to disclose them, and that was a concern, among a number of people in the group as well. Just how you have to be careful around laws and what they do, and in fact, one of the positives around what I was saying had developed in Ireland was a recent institution of a complaints mechanism in relation to the judiciary. In the past, we have constitutional protection of independence, and the only way to relieve a judge of his or her duties is an impeachment process. But there was really nothing below that. And, through a process I won't talk about, we've now implemented a complaints system, which actually, has more lay people, I think, than members of the judiciary. But it's a long process before you get to the final one, which can be very good. But there are problems with complaint mechanisms among certain member states. There's a problem of complaining people for doing their job in some member states. Complaints about effectively the merits of a case, which is anathema to independence. Or also, as somebody mentioned in one of the groups, in another member state, there are problems because the complaints mechanism is not seen to produce the goods, so to speak. It seemed to just be protecting judges rather than doing it. So you can provide what is apparently a solution, I suppose, but you have to be very careful that it doesn't make things worse.
Could I add something? Something came out in our group that I haven't heard so far, either in the plenaries or from the other rapporteurs, and that was about money and how much disinformation is an issue of money behind it. There's big billions of dollars ad tech that's driving it, and data that is being mined to produce that sort of business models, run those kind of business models. And we felt the demonetization, for example, of political advertising under the EU Democratic Action Plan, those kinds of things, the Digital Services Act, those kinds of things are actually very helpful. So we need to look sometimes behind the problems to find the solutions. It's about money, it's about lack of transparency, and those kinds of issues need to be tackled.
I want to, yes, Michael O'Flaherty wants immediately the microphone. I wanted to say that you are welcome to give your thoughts, reflections, questions for the panel now. You wave, and Michael did that, and I will let you talk. Please.
Thanks. I didn't want to jump the gun
You
quite
did.
so rudely. No, it's fascinating, absolutely really interesting and stimulating. I just wanted to say two things. One is with regard to communication, more effective communication. Many of us have recognized that we need to do a much better job, and we've recognized it already for quite some time. And I'm shamelessly advertising. The Fundamental Rights Agency has worked a lot on this topic. For instance, we've produced some materials most people here have come across the 10 keys for better human rights communication, which is available. I'm afraid we don't have copies with us, but it's very easy to access. There's lots of backup material, including quite deep research behind those 10 keys, which you can access. For instance, which values we trigger with our messages. Are we missing out on values like security and constantly zeroing in on values like fairness, which don't work for some people? We also have a communicators network. It's a Facebook managed thing with many hundreds of participants. I'm looking at Nicole on this, but there's certainly quite a few hundred. 400 or 500, over 500 people have signed up to this Facebook group, which we manage, where communicators share tips with each other on how to do a better job, and anybody in the room could join that if they so chose. And the other thing I wanted to say about trust is just to cheer us up a little bit, and that's why I took my phone out, because I want to be accurate with this figure. We did a survey back in just before COVID, and we produced the results over the subsequent couple of years. It's the only general population survey we ever did, because we normally zero in on the at-risk groups. But we wanted to find out what are attitudes to human rights in our general populations. We surveyed 33,000 people, and their views on human rights were incredibly encouraging. 88% of the 33,000 people said they strongly agree or tend to agree that human rights are necessary to have a fair society. So maybe we're not communicating very well, but there's a world out there waiting to hear the messages. And if we can find a way to connect and engage, we're not wasting our time. There may be a lack of trust, but there's a belief in the role of human rights in building the future. Thank you. Sorry, it's not a question.
No. Yeah, anyone wants to comment on that? Anyone? Yes, Nicole.
Just to add, this report we did bring, which Michael just mentioned. So if you want to have the survey results of our general population survey on what fundamental rights mean for European citizens, you find it outside.
Thank you, Nicole. Questions for the panel? Your thoughts on how the breakup groups worked? Reflections from the breakup groups? Things that haven't been mentioned here on stage from the breakup groups? Please raise your hand. Probably you were the best rapporteurs ever. Here you go. Nils.
I was just wondering if you could reflect
Maybe
a bit.
you should you stand up? Would that help?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I won't introduce myself. I've been introduced.
You can introduce again for the new guests.
Several of you mentioned the issue of trust, and I was wondering if you could unpack that a bit more in each of your realms. If you were to say one or two things which you think would be key to enhance trust in information, in the judiciary, in
Institutions.
in equality bodies, what would that be? And the other thing comes from a comment I think that Istvan made about why disinformation works, because the message to people is that they're smart. So how do we take that, if that's what works, how do we use that for the benefit of human rights? How do we make people think that knowing more about human rights or defending human rights is smart? Mm-hmm. And if they do it, they're smarter than even they are now. So
Get smarter by human rights. Yeah. So the question is, how do we do this? And the issue of trust. Who wants to start on trust? Tamas?
I can start. In terms of equality bodies and human rights institutions, I think one of the key things is independence and perceived independence, because the Fundamental Rights Agency, of course, has done loads of really interesting surveys that show that there are many reasons for people not reporting their discrimination experiences, and one of them is that they don't trust that something would happen, but also that they don't trust the institutions, because for instance, before we have strong legally binding standards on the independence of equality bodies in particular, because that's what I know best, then some of the equality bodies are actually based currently within ministries, and I think it's not too hard to imagine how that might actually limit the trust that people have in these institutions, and that if you have to go to a ministry building with your discrimination complaint about a public body, for instance, I'm not sure how well that would play out and how many people would actually go and report. So that, I think, is crucial, and here again, strong standards on the independence of these bodies would help, I think. And just in relation to what you said about how do we communicate and how do we use this message that you are smart if you believe in human rights and equality, and if you are with us. I think that, and this also links to what Michael said, that I'm really happy to hear how many people responded that for them fundamental rights and equality are important. I think it's good fertile ground, but we need to build on that, because it's easy to say that, oh, I love human rights, until, you see an actual human rights issue where you might not be on the human rights side.
Irene.
Well, trust comes from several things. First, consistency of behavior. And secondly, from transparency. And thirdly, engagement. And those are not always the critical criterion that we see in the behavior of those who are trying to build public trust. When governments say one thing and do another, then you don't trust the government anymore. Yeah. When there is constant changing of positions or holding back of information. The other point that came out in our group was that we've got to be ahead of the narrative, not after the narrative is out. Because then, if you go out there, you're simply reproducing the false narrative and spreading it more. So there needs to be a real sort of examination of those who want to build trust. How are they going to change their behavior so that others can trust them? That's point number one. The second thing about being smart, that was a good point that was made in our group, that those who are trying to spread disinformation tell you you're smart and we'll make you smarter. I think what we need to do is to say human rights is not only the right thing to do, it's also the wise thing to do. And that is why when we say you have to uphold freedom of expression while fighting disinformation, you have to uphold it, because without freedom of expression, you won't be able to fight disinformation. It's sort of to flip that narrative around, making human rights the issue. The other point I do want to make is about young people. Young people are communicating in very different ways, and there are young people in this room, but there are even younger people
out there.
Outside, and there Facebook is passé.
Yeah,
they are into something else by now, right? So we need to kind of understand that and talk more to young people and make them the champions.
Good. Yeah. Thank you.
I think Irene has nailed it on what trust is. But in terms of then the judiciary and trust, I mean, I do think there is, firstly, a commitment by members of the judiciary to engaging with ethical standards. And I mean, one of the things that I found since I became a judge was the understanding that it actually does take over your whole life. It's a life commitment. It doesn't mean you can't do certain things, but you have to be consistently aware of, that you carry this institution with you, and sometimes that can weigh heavily on your shoulders, but you have to be aware of that at all times, and I think that's a major issue. But I think also, just in terms of independence of the judiciary, that comes from, you said consistency of behaviour, consistency of decisions, very important, but communicating those as well, why decisions are being made. But that's actually difficult. Wow. It's difficult to communicate easily.
Now everyone is waving here. You really said, but I think first that lady, and then Fredrik, and then Sirpa, and I saw someone else waving. Morten, förlåt. Morten. Morten after this, yeah.
Thank you. Debbie Kohner from ENRI, the European Network of National Human Rights Institutions. I wanted to refer a bit to both time and place in relation to the group on disinformation. First of all, on place, Irene has already mentioned about context and context being very important for convincing consumers on disinformation. But when we speak about being local, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily within borders. And so we have either countries, sub-regions, areas that really need a cross-border approach. And I'm conscious we're sitting here at an EU conference, but we also have to make sure that we are speaking also around the neighbourhood to make sure that we are considering both in terms of origin and consumption how to address disinformation. And the second, on timing, we hear again and again how much technology is changing. We've heard about generative AI, about lots of different developments that are going to happen in the next few years. We have some regional legislation that really needs to be addressed right now, or else it will be too late in terms of ensuring both European level and national level oversight, such as through NHRIs and equality bodies. But fundamentally, what really struck me was that it's not the technology that makes the decisions, it's humans. It's humans that are acting, and so we really need to make sure that we act now to address and redress the implications of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Morten.
Thank you very much, and thanks for very good presentations. Just a very brief question. One thing that worries me a lot is this sort of rhetoric which is picking up across Europe more and more. Very much, I think, stemming from the extreme right wing, but really getting into the conservative liberal circles of human rights belonging to the left wing. Just this morning, I was called by a conservative MEP who basically said, Morten, what can we do? So I will pass on the question to you. I mean, how can we sort of get back to the roots of human rights being non-partisan, covering across the board? Because that is if it's really picking up what I see as well in conservative liberal political circles, we have to worry. If we get that split, it would be very difficult to mend it again. So I was just wondering if you had discussed it. Thank you.
Any comments on that?
Well, it is a challenging question, but then I would ask the right wing, which rights would they like to get rid of? Which rights do they want to do away with? Do you want to do away with freedom of expression? Do you want to do away with the right to education? Do you want to do away with the right to health? And what are the consequences? So rights, and it goes back to saying that rights are not only the right thing to do, but the wise thing to do. Because by upholding rights, you reinforce equality. An equal society, where there is equality and justice, is also a stable society. And stability is something that the right wing has always promoted, security and stability. So the argument for security and stability is actually the argument for respecting human rights.
Yeah.
I think that from an equality perspective, what I see is that it's not that the right wing and extreme right wing wants to do away with equality as such, but particular fields and parts of equality. So when it comes to Muslim women wearing the headscarf, when it comes to transgender persons, when it comes to certain Roma minorities, for instance, they might not have problems with all of them, but they have some very specific issues against some, and they are being some of these issues are really being politicized, I think. So, how can we tackle that? That's a very good question. I think we have to look at the indivisibility of the equality framework as well, and how, if persons with disabilities is important, and the CRPD and equality for persons with disabilities, then why wouldn't it be important for other groups?
Sirpa, please.
Thank you very much. A couple of comments. First on young people. I realized at some point that I'm no longer young. But also, I don't know how to talk to young people. It's a different game. So we set up a youth program for the Human Rights Institute, Human Rights Center. On the first round, we had 2 young people. Young is under 29. Youngest is 24. So they are not school children. That's a human rights education issue that we have been dealing with. But young adults, and they have been brilliant. And they have done so many things reaching out to young people. They run their own Instagram account. We hired Music House for them in May. They have a youth event for young people, and we will continue. Next round we'll have 3. But not only did we start it, it has spread. The Non-Discrimination Ombudsman started their youth program, and now the Parliamentary Ombudsman, possibly the most conservative of our human rights bodies, is starting their own youth program. These are entry-level positions, normal salary, 2 years, and then we help and mentor them to move forward. So this is a small thing, but it really has helped us, and how much have we learned within the center from. And also it helps us with diversity. Finland doesn't have yet a lot of people of different backgrounds at my age group, but with younger groups, diversity it comes almost naturally if you make some effort. The other point about how do we get all the political parties somehow involved, we are based in the parliament, so it's fairly easy for us to talk to politicians, but we have to do it always across the board. If we send information, it's to everybody. If we have an event, it's for everybody. And then in the committees, we always meet, of course, different political parties. We don't shy away from difficult topics, but we try to also find topics that are of common interest. So I wouldn't necessarily want to discuss trans rights with our most, conservative Christians, because I know that there would be zero common ground on this. I've heard what they've said, but we can discuss anti-Semitism, and in that connection we can discuss also racism, because they somehow come together. So I think it is important, especially as an authority, civil servant, to try to be as objective, but also as non-prejudiced yourself, because surprisingly you find very, very interested in human rights people across the political spectrum. There are some red lines, but very few wouldn't be worthy of the time and investment of trying. And we're going through dialogue training, the whole Human Rights Center, so that we learn how to be. It's difficult to have a respectful dialogue when you don't agree. So we have a training program now for the whole center on respectful dialogue.
But does
help us?
Do you see any change in this perspective of being left? That human rights issue is a leftish issue. Do you see any change among the more conservative? Does it help?
It's too short a time to see if there's change, but despite the very strong polarization, we have remained, I think, quite neutral in everybody's view. We haven't been very much attacked, and we have taken up difficult issues. It's also that we know them personally. The members of the parliament. We also work with youth groups of the political parties, because they are key actors in the rule of law. But change, it's difficult to say in such a short time. But for sure, it hasn't gotten worse for us to continue to discuss these issues.
Thank you, Sirpa. Anyone else? Do you want to?
Just one sentence.
Okay.
In the 1990s, Amnesty International popularized human rights through concerts, music concerts, pop concerts. So that is actually the kind of thing that breaks the barriers of right and left and young and old. But just
good idea.
Yeah. Art for Amnesty.
Art from Amnesty. Okay.
That's what they did. Yeah.
We have one lady here, and Martina. Yes, you can please introduce yourself.
Thanks very much. My name is Kirsty McCourt. I'm the head of global advocacy for Frontline Defenders. I'm based in Brussels. I don't have an idea like a pop concert, but to kind of link it a bit to the rule of law discussion and the work that we're doing in Brussels and the discussion on trust. Yesterday, the member of the European Parliament was saying that the machinery is basically working at snail's pace. And we do have the tools. We have the most extensive toolbox in Europe on fundamental rights. But if it works at snail's pace, then that's going to decrease the trust. There's, I think, a very clear element between people expecting the EU to do something and seeing then what happens at that very slow pace. And then picking up on the element also then of transparency. There are a lot of EU processes that are very untransparent. You can't see the documents that go to the Court of Justice of the European Union. There are not impact assessments on all fundamental rights proposals. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that are going well, but there's a lot of things to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. We have 1 minute.
Sure. One of the crucial messages and problems, I think, is exactly that how do you speak about human rights in terms of them not being partisan across the board, not seen as left and so on. But what we are missing also, I think, in the dialogue is different contexts in different regions and parts of Europe. We tend to pretend that the situation is the same across Europe, and it's not. And it's easier for us to speak about a common European situation and controversial rights across Europe. Different rights are controversial in different countries. Different grounds of non-discrimination are controversial in different countries. And what I've seen often is when I talk to my colleagues, both National Human Rights Institution colleagues and equality body colleagues, we're speaking about very different issues. Things to do with sexual orientation will be controversial in some of the countries, and they're totally not controversial in some other countries anymore. Whereas when we're speaking about social rights, they're not controversial in some of the countries, and yet they are quite controversial in others. And there's a bit of an East and West divide that we're also disregarding. So this is something that's not, it's an elephant in the room that we're uncomfortable with, but we need to deal if we want to get it right.
Thank you so much for this, and thank you, the rapporteur panel. Excellent. A big applaud for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now going into our closing session, commentary on the way forward. And I have the pleasure to introduce two representatives for Spain and the upcoming presidency of the Council of the European Union. Please welcome Almudena Darias, the Justice Counselor and representative for the upcoming presidency from Spain. An applaud.
But I think she was going for...
As well as Maria Teresa Verdugo, Special Prosecutor and also representative for Spain. Big applause for both of them. The floor is yours. You can stand here.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Oh, you're not going to go together?
I know, she will go first. Then.
Okay, she will go first.
Thanks a lot, Sharon, and thanks for your outstanding work, by the way. I would like to thank the Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union and to congratulate of this wonderful conference where so many insightful and inspiring contributions have been made by such relevant stakeholders. I've learned a lot, and so for that I really thank you. We are talking separately because she represents the government, the ministry. I am just a humble prosecutor here talking in the name of my office. And in that condition, I just would like you to know that public prosecutors have a mission that of promoting the operation of justice in the defense of the rule of law, the citizens' rights and public interests are safeguarded by the law. So the protection and vindication of the full exercise of fundamental rights are in the core of our function. In this sense, it's essential to bear in mind that human dignity is the keystone of the legal system, the axis around which the constitutional regulation of fundamental rights revolves. It's considered so in our constitution, the foundation of political order and social peace. In the Charter of Fundamental Rights, the very first article states that human dignity is inviolable and that it must be respected and protected. And also in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. And that dignity, as the right to free development of the personality, transcends the mere formal recognition of the rights enshrined in the laws and obliges to seek a full realization of them at all levels and of all instances. In this sense, and for this purpose, Spain has been issuing a series of rules for the application of which, in relation to the respect for fundamental rights, the work of a public prosecutor's office is essential, thanks to the fact that our organizations allow the creation of specialized sections that can give a more precise response to different problems that arise in an increasingly changing society. Milestones in this area has been the comprehensive law against gender violence. After that, the law for the effective equality between women and men, as well as the incorporation in very recent days of the gender perspective as a cross-cutting level. The framework of hate crimes, I'm a hate crime prosecutor myself, in recent years, a very comprehensive body of legislation has been completed, aimed at the administrative level, and just thanks to a law issued last year, to prevent, eliminate and correct all forms of discrimination in the public and private sector, in health and education, sport, justice. And within the criminal framework, an ambitious regulation has been completed, which gives a new wording to hate speech to fight more effectively against attacks on the dignity of groups and individuals for discriminatory reasons. A network of specialized prosecutors in hate crimes has been created, which in turn has established productive connections with both law enforcement bodies and members of civil society, bringing justice closer to the citizen and responding to the problem of underreporting that are already being warned by the FRA. In fact, thanks to that, a very significant increase in the number of cases handled has been achieved, ending the feeling of impunity that aggressors could have, while improving confidence in justice for the most unprotected groups. Just as an example, last week I was invited as a prosecutor to the mosque in my city to break the fast of the Ramadan, in an encounter where you could find all police officers that address discrimination issues, the mayor of the city, a priest of the Catholic Church, things that really didn't happen maybe 2 or of course 10 years ago. But for me it was so enlightening, and for the community it's so good to have those channels open in order to make things happen and to feel a part of a system that really protects them, that counts on them. Another milestone in this sense was, and you also know about it, the Statue of the Victim, which has sought to ensure the recognition, protection, and support to the victim, not limited only to the material aspects and economic reparation, but also extends to this moral dimension. And here also we have specialized prosecutors in the defense of rights of the victim at every step of the way. Certainly, although full recognition of fundamental rights has already been achieved in most of the normative bodies of the member states, is in times of crisis, where tensions can arise between respect for these rights and the demands of this crisis. We saw in the pandemic that it was the most vulnerable people who most probably saw their rights restricted on a practical level. And it's also sadly common, and I deal with hate speech very often, that in time of economic crisis, there's discourses that disrespect diversity, that take some groups up as scapegoats and try to seek or to make them lesser citizens. It's in these scenarios that the commitment of prosecutors must become especially tangible, with the idea of leaving no one behind, and that intrinsic value of each human being and his or her dignity should be the axis of the application of the law. Also, as an example, it was the prosecutors who took care of monitoring the situation of the elderly care homes during the pandemic, and from now they are still investigating cases. We have sadly more than 30,000 deaths of elderly people in Spain in this kind of residencies. And we are also trying to help the families to give them information of every step, even if they don't want to be an active part in the proceedings. Just to end with a view for the future and the challenges that await us. And now speaking in my capacity as a civil servant, a humble civil servant, I would like to give you just 2 ideas. First, that only with a strong, independent, but above all, effective and efficient judicial system can all the laws, initiatives, and protocols that protect human rights be enforced successfully. And second, we've mentioned, I heard that yesterday and also today, that there's a need to empower the holders of human rights and to build trust among the communities. But please, engage also those who apply the laws, those who have the task to implement them at every step, on every level. We civil servants have a lot of work to do, and sometimes we just don't know where does it comes from. And we need to be also motivated and committed. So trust us, make us part of the process, because we are really willing to make this truly worthy effort. Thank you so much.
You get on behalf of the Swedish presidency, we will give you a fika tray.
Okay.
Fika is when you're having coffee among things. You can read about it here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria Teresa. And now, Almudena Darias, Justice Counselor of the Spanish Permanent Representation to the EU. Welcome.
Thank you.
This floor is yours.
So thank you. First of all, I want also to thank the organization, the Swedish presidency, and also the FRA for this excellent conference where we had magnificent speakers. I think that much has been already said. I mean, I'm not going to show you now new ideas. I mean, we have seen that the EU and its members say that they have indeed solid legal and institutional framework for the protection of fundamental rights, but as we face unprecedented challenges, we need to strengthen these structures. In Spain, I mean, we need special safeguards. In Spain, for instance, during the pandemic, we had to really test the solidity of our democratic institutions and their capacity to respond to the challenges. There were extraordinary measures that had to be adopted, but there were also guarantees. We had our parliament carrying out their task of political and democratic control. We have our national ombudsman who continued to supervise the activity of the administration, and we had, of course, our judiciary, our courts, who control over the legality, the necessity, the proportionality of those measures, so as to protect people from possible abuses of power and for possible violation of their rights. However, crises are becoming more and more complex with new challenges. We've talked about them: the war, climate change, spreading disinformation, intensified as hate speech. This shows us again that we need to strengthen the protection of fundamental rights system and build long-term resilience. We've seen that the EU and its member states have put in place some effective crisis management mechanisms, but for them to be effective and sustainable, they need to put the people and their rights in the very design of these mechanisms, especially the most vulnerable. And we must not only address the causes of the crisis, but also the reasons why they affect vulnerable people more severely. This means addressing underlying socioeconomic inequalities. And another important thing is that we need to shield public services in these crisis management mechanisms, this education, healthcare, and of course, justice. Maite just said it. I mean, I think we all agree that the protection of fundamental rights is a shared responsibility that affects all policy areas. But I think that access to justice plays a distinct role here. So during the Spanish presidency, we will try and build upon this idea and work on the strengthening of justice and the strengthening of the European area of freedom, security, and justice, being it one of the EU pillars, this common framework that protects citizens and consolidates their rights and the EU values. So this is why we will be especially supporting and promoting any initiative that will that aim at reacting to critical situations such as the war, and we will be also promoting and supporting initiatives that tend to guarantee a better service to the citizens. So we will build upon this idea of a more human-centered area of freedom, justice, and security that responds to the needs of those who are most unprotected and tackles conduct against their dignity and against democratic principles. In this sense, we will give special attention to the revision of the European victims acquis. We will also pay special attention to the initiatives regarding gender-based violence, and also to trafficking in human beings, being it a phenomena that takes advantage of the vulnerable situation of those seeking a better future, especially in times of crisis. But our justice system that is human-centered must also adapt to the new environments where citizens develop themselves. During the pandemic, we saw that even though at the first stages of it, the administration of justice was impacted, we managed to guarantee the access to judicial redress, among others, thanks to our high level of digitalization of our justice system. So we will also build on and set as a priority the digitalization of justice systems, which you wouldn't see me with my paper and my my pen here, not at all digitalized, but yes, it will indeed be a priority in order to facilitate the work of the legal practitioners and also improve the public service, making it more efficient, and improve also the accessibility. And in this endeavor, we will focus specifically on the reinforcement of digital skills, not only of the legal practitioners, but also of citizens, because they need these digital skills to protect themselves, to protect their rights in the digital era. Of course, another key element of our presidency will be the strengthening of the rule of law. We will keep on supporting the rule of law dialogue, which links with this question of public trust that we have been talking about, and that acts especially on the safeguards of the European values. And then our last point here will be that we will give special priority also to the pushing forward of the EU accession to the European Convention of Human Rights. I was also involved in the previous Spanish presidency of the EU, where we managed to adopt the negotiating mandate for the Commission to start negotiation. And still, many, many presidencies later, here we are again, still. So, I mean, it is a complex dossier, but it is not only an obligation by the treaties, it is an institutional obligation, and it will ensure that the EU is subject to the same human rights standards as member states, and thus complement the consistency of the systems of protection of fundamental rights in Europe. So throughout this exercise, we will have, of course, the Charter of Fundamental Rights as a compass to guide us along the way. To sum up, I would say that we will build, of course, upon the excellent work that has been done by the previous presidencies and try to go a step forward in building a more resilient and robust EU. I mean, we've listened to the way forward, the learning from the past, the strengthening of the mechanism of protection of fundamental rights, the tackling the roots of inequality, the engaging people and communicate better with them and supporting especially the most vulnerable and sizing also the opportunities of digitalization. So we have the receipt, and now with those elements, I think that we will be able indeed to create a society that is more resilient, more just, and sustainable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Almudena.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we are soon to end these 2 interesting days, but first, concluding remarks by our Minister for Gender Equality and Working Life. Please welcome Paulina Brandberg.
Thank you. Director, distinguished guests, we have had 2 very intense days. Structures, current and emergent challenges, as well as suggestions and recommendations have been presented and shared for our joint efforts for a more robust and resilient protection of fundamental rights in the times of crises. We have heard about what you believe to be the key elements in ensuring strong institutional protection and shared learned lessons from major crises, and about the role and need of different actors in safeguarding the rule of law. We have been reminded that we are not alone in this work, and that together we possess a lot of knowledge to be used, that together we are stronger. Our conference ends here, but this is just the beginning of our continued work to ensure that the protection of human rights in the EU is made more robust and resilient for times of crises. I can say, as a representative for the Council, that we stand ready to take our responsibility to ensure that the EU continues to be characterized by respect for fundamental rights and freedoms. A union where we live up to our motto as united in diversity. It is also in this same spirit that the Swedish presidency will continue to work to ensure continued political, economic, civil and military support to Ukraine. In all work aiming to guarantee people their human rights, it is always important to think long-term and to be persistent. I am therefore very glad to hear that Spain will continue strengthening the protection of fundamental rights during their upcoming presidency of the Council of the European Union. Thank you so much for that. Now I hope that all of you return home safely, that you're not feeling overwhelmed by the challenges that we have ahead of us, but rather inspired as to how to overcome them, how to become better and to become more equal. Once again, thank you all so much for joining us these days, and let us now continue our work, stronger and even more ready to do our part. Thank you so much.
Well, for me it's also time to say farewell and thank you all for participating. I want to thank all the panelists and of course all the people around the arrangements, the practical arrangements here, the hotel, and of course the technical crew, the brilliant technical crew, and remind you that you can find pictures, the photos taken on sweden2023.eu. I think there was supposed to be a PowerPoint picture for that, but you can probably find it. And lunch, grab and go. Yeah, here you go, on Flickr, on the event page. Perfect, thank you. Downstairs you will find a small lunch. For those of you who go to the FREMP meeting, I want to remind you that there's a little time. It will start exactly 1:30, so you can take your lunch with you. For those of you who haven't yet checked out, please do so before you go. And yes, I agree, human rights makes you smarter. Thank you all, and thank you for watching us online. Bye-bye.